All right. So, our new session. Who would like to do a recap?
I remember what happened last session. I'm going to get water. I'm not doing it this time.
Crickets, crickets.
I'm the stream master, not it.
Hey,
I already got too much
birthday
on my
girl, why
plate,
don't you
man.
do the recap?
I'm
Also,
gonna mess
happy
this up
birthday.
so bad.
Hey, it
Don't
doesn't
worry,
matter.
it'll just be on the internet forever.
Yeah. Thanks.
That's it. Her loving boyfriend has elected the birthday girl, Bridget.
Um. Well, we all managed to escape, and we got back to Sigmar's realm and safety. Can you help me? The word I'm looking for. Anyways, we're there.
Nope, I'm enjoying this.
We just met Telwa. Telra. We just met Telra. We've been gifted a guild hall, place for us to actually have a home, and we've been given some blacksmiths and everything that's going to be under construction for the next 3 months. But we got this in exchange for trading the orb, kind of like the orb of chaos that we caught that Johannes managed to gain from the large men in a robe, cloak. And yeah, we're all there and we're all actually alive.
Great recap.
I tried.
I'm actually going to look up how to pronounce this because Azur. Azur is the realm of the heavens and where Sigmar and Gungi call home. Azur, damn Warhammer, and all their screwed up names. Alright. So to recap on that, I love your effort there. It made me happy. So, last session, plan was enacted to steal the orb. Some have called a chaos orb, some power orb, ritual orb, various different things. Where Johannes and elected to go in and use his various abilities to travel the world routes to basically get in, get out with the orb. Successful as he was, made a dire enemy. He made his way back to the rest of the group without Kedalion, with him, as Kedalion laid behind after teleporting through a rift with Johannes. Wow, I'm doing a bad job too. Hey.
Not so easy now, is it?
No, it's not. I've taken you for granted, Dad. I'm sorry. Ked, being left behind, made his way slowly back to the group. When Johannes arrived, Malarius used one of his 2 abilities to use the mass transportation by the Stormcast Eternals, part of his war host. Not doing that again this time. His war host to teleport his allies to Azar. he elected to stay behind, so if Ked showed that he could use his last remaining ability to do this, to teleport them both out. Malarius waited several days, where a individual that Dan stole the orb from, known as Gorok the Endless Rage, appeared. He decided to stay and put up a fight. Got injured pretty bad. His Sigmarite armor utterly destroyed, and a mysterious ally, which is the right hand of Archaon the Ever Chosen, aided him. He was able to escape with this mysterious individual aiding him, teleporting him once again, as Ked was traveling, making his way tired, fatigued. He was assaulted by another mysterious foe, brought to death's door, and was told to join or become an unwilling servant. He tried to buy as much time as he could after he noticed off in the distance that Malarius was sand surfing on his shield to get to him. Managed to buy enough time, and before the death blow could be delivered, Malarius arrived and teleported them both to Azar.
I have to point out, I may make enemies, but at least my enemies can only kill me once.
This is true.
Hey, and they failed to kill me twice.
With the group reconnected, you decided what you were going to do to the orb at length, what god to trade it to. Various discussions between Sigmar, Grungy, and Ilaria. I'm always going to screw up her name. The Everqueen. Ultimately chose Grungy. And trading the orb, there was an agreement to have a stronghold created, shared research, and smiths delivered to your stronghold once it's completed within 3 months. After you return to your living quarters, the common area of it, there was a mysterious woman dressed in fine black clothing, a dress, had an aura of nobility about her, and she introduced herself as Telda, and said that she was assigned to aid the champions. That is where we pick up. Dan, I will never take you for granted again. Just also letting you know, every time he has to do a recap, I'm going to do something special for him. Because he does it so much. And I'm not doing it again. I'm the DM. I understand Matt Mercer and other ones do it, but I like hearing players' perspective of what they remember and what was important to them.
If that was the case, I wouldn't have said Rambo survived. But, anyways. I mean,
So, yeah.
our beloved companion rejoined us.
Yes. So picking up in the common area of Malarius' war host, battlement, barracks, garrison, however you want to look at it. Mysterious woman sits. Telra.
Okay. Before we get to this point, me and Josh had a question for you.
Okay.
I told you because everybody that was back at the keep could do an endeavor because we were there for a week. I wanted Josh's assistance and help, and I'm going to weapon weave. Now it gives the rules for weapon weaving, but this is that would be for like a nighttime. It only takes like a single day to make a weapon.
Right.
I wanted to make a ballista and make an Endeavor.
Okay.
And Josh was going to help me in crafting both the ballista and the bolts, so that way they have a receptacle in the middle. So theoretically, we could make an orb and put it in the middle of the ballista. Yeah, in the middle of the ballista bolt, and basically have a purifying explosive shot siege weapon.
I like it. I really do. Give me 1 second as I look up downtime activities. Where did you go? Downtime activities. Right here between adventures, endeavors. Alright. Magical weapon weave. And the reason why I'm looking at this, because they give a general idea of... Alright, so he's going to aid you on this. Because he is an engineer, and he's going to step you through the process of doing this, plus your own personal memories of the world that was. The DN is going to be 4, and the number of successes you need, especially being able to handle magical cargo like that without damaging the orb, is going to be 15. So it is a crafting soul test.
Is it craft for that? Okay.
Crafting soul. You do get to add his crafting. So it's 1d6 plus 1 for each training he has in crafting.
Which is 3.
Ooh.
Okay, we can do the work with the lady while I make these rolls, because I have to look up something real quick.
Well, the Endeavor, because this is Endeavor, this isn't making a simple weapon like your weapon weave. This is a week long, so you get 1 roll.
Zedek, I guess I would have to take my Endeavor to get my armor fixed, correct?
That is already being done for you.
Okay.
You basically get to make 1 roll per week of the Endeavor.
Okay.
And I believe that's all you had was 1 week, right?
Yeah, all I had was one.
Yeah.
All we had was 1 week.
All right. So you get 4 additional d6 because 1 plus the number of training he has. And again, for those that are watching us, I was a very bad DM this week, and I had a writer's block and could not figure out what to prepare. So whatever happens this session is literally organic, spontaneous, and improv out the ass from the DM. No maps. If fights happen out, we are going theater of the mind. I got the rule book. I have general understanding of how to customize things on the fly for this and keep it relatively balanced. So, yay me. Yay writer's block.
Josh, it was 4 plus. Or mine's 4. So what are you going to plus 2
You get 4d6.
from him?
Yep.
Okay, so a total of 8. And what was the target number?
DN is 4. And you need a total of 15 successes. And you just know, alright, damn.
And then I have... Well, I just spent my experience and I put it all in crafting because I had a week, so I buffed my skill in making weapons.
Alright.
Actually,
focus.
3, so I can bump that to A total of 8
8
successes.
successes. All right. So just make note you have 8 out of 15 successes. Very good first week. With this right here, that week of you working with Berg, you have the frame done and basically all, you got the bulk of it done. You're just working on the fine mechanics of it, the fine pieces, the pulleys, and various different things to make it work proper for one, because you're making this out of plants. You're making this out of, organic material, which I love Sylvaneth for.
So, question. Because we're coming up with the design now, let's say after this particular endeavor is done with, or after we've actually designed and built one, will only take me one endeavor to actually build one after this without a roll? Or is it how is that going to work post this?
The
recreate
requirements of recreating it will be reduced by half.
Okay.
Because you had the DN will go down to 3 and you will only need 7 successes. In comparisons to DN4 and needing a total of 15. It's still a lengthy process. It isn't like just making a simple weapon like you can do. There is a lot of parts to it, but it will become a lot easier for you once this initial one is done.
Me and Josh have an agreement that one goes to him, one goes to me.
Fair.
That's fair. Yeah. Just space that out.
Fair. And what this will do, basically, it will have the cleave trait, which means each 6, when it fires, hits everything within that zone for 1 point of damage. We will look at the total successes, how many bonuses you have, and we'll construct it from there. Because it is a siege weapon, you can shoot at the furthest possible range, which is like 200 and something feet without penalty. And it will be a damage 3. Depending on how many extra successes you have, you can either add more traits to it. And this is me having to DM or, kind of house rule this until they give us the engineering book that comes out here soon. So, and when that does come out, we'll readjust it for what we need. But until then, the base damage is going to be 3, and it can shoot at the max possible range because it is a ballistic weapon. And then with each additional success you have over 15, we will look at some of the other parts, and you can spin those extra successes to add different traits to how it functions.
Sounds good.
All right. So, yes. Now to the game at large. What do you all wish to do?
Did we decide on our party short term and long term? Because that got completed last time.
No. This is a good opportunity for you all figure that out. Should have did this before session, but we're not perfect and we're not getting paid for this.
I guess really long term is just finding out more information on the group that attacked us.
That would be more short term. Realistically, you want to look at a long term as something that might be completable before the end of the campaign, but something that isn't going to be next session. If it does happen next session, cool, but the idea, the spirit behind it isn't something you should just be able to go out and do right away. And while this group or these individuals that are your adversaries is relatively hard to find, depending on how much resource you put into it, you could find out more information right away or within the next session or so.
There is always that town that we left. Didn't we have a bunch of money that we could have collected from there?
Yes, I'm going
You know,
back.
that is what Bridget said earlier to me when she was cooking. She's like, we need to go back to that town. We still have money to collect. And I was like, your inner Dan is showing.
I said the same thing to Rambo last Saturday. I'm like, son of a bitch, we transferred it out there before I could get my money.
His pet's there still too.
And that's what he said to me. My war charger's still there too. Yeah, that's still gonna be there. But
And he said he wasn't going to be able to make this session, right?
correct.
Okay.
You should be at the liquor store already. This would be a more research-orientated long goal, but we could put it down, or a long-term goal of helping Malarius come up with a way or some kind of rune to be able to connect these power sources to the anvil, because last session, something that Derek forgot to mention, was that it was revealed to Malarius that this could be his first step in his long-term goal, or his character goal, fixing the anvil. You could make a party long-term goal, because part of the agreement was that we were supposed to help you in your objective. That we come up with a way to link the orb or the power source to the anvil.
Okay.
What's everybody think about that? The only issue with that is with what they describe in a book. Personal long-term goals, while being able to, in a sense, overlap with party long-term goals, like they can interconnect, shouldn't be the same.
Fair enough. That is Charlie's repeatable long-term.
The
I have
only
a
way around that I could see is that my long term being finding the individual power sources, and the party long term being completing it, or vice versa.
I have another one that would work. A long-term goal of launching a counterattack against the forces that ambushed us in our previous mission. We have no way of knowing when that's going to happen, or when we're going to be able to take the offensive against them, but actually planning a raid or an attack against them in some sort. That might work well as a long term.
I would allow that, but under the pretenses that is successful.
If it's unsuccessful, we're probably all dead, so okay.
Or fleeing and giving me doom. So, I mean, there's that.
Everybody should realize here, if you give him doom, you will be doomed.
Give me all your doom. I have cookies.
With that, wouldn't we have to find out where they're actually stationed? Where their base is?
That becomes that is acceptable long term. If you want to interconnect it, you could do, more short-term goals with like what Charlie originally suggested, was finding information out about them, which then that helps the party's long-term goal as well, if that's the route you all want to go.
What's everybody think?
I mean, I'm good with that. So short term being find more information about them, and long term being either find where they're at or actually attack them.
To actually launch a successful attack against them.
Okay.
Now, if you are doing the short-term learning something, or gaining information about it, I would like it to be a little bit more like, what are you trying to learn? Instead of, oh, hey, their favorite color is pink. I learned something. That's 1 XP. More, general idea what you wish to learn about them.
No.
because as we completed our first adventure, we got an idea of how the system. Now I want to start getting into more gritty, detailed things in each session, adding more and more detail.
Our
Yeah,
short-term goal of finding a viable target, or a viable enemy-controlled target. So that way we can't cheap out and just say, they're in this realm or that realm. We have to actually have a viable target then to assault.
well, if that's what you all want to go with. That also leads to your long term, or helps feed into it as well. But if you want to go with like gather information and things like that, or like even if it isn't gather, anything that falls under that aspect, I want it a little bit more defined, so that you're actually trying to using the silly scenario. Like I said, you learn that the favorite color is pink. Technically, you did learn something about your adversary, and maybe you can bribe them with pink stuff. Little bit more specific. That one right there works fairly well. You're finding an actual a outpost or a target that can be assaulted. It leaves it open enough too, so if you do find a target worth assault, it might not be your big game, but like say if you find a higher, the right hand of one of the three of, and if you successfully take them out, you can still complete that short-term goal, or you can learn of the base of operation, and that still completes that short-term goal. All right. Now that is taken care of, if everybody's agreement with that,
I'm assuming so because
Yeah.
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 all right. Then what do you all wish to do?
so. Lady sitting in front of us saying she's been assigned to us is the setup, right?
Correct.
I say tell us more.
I am what you call a middleman between the three that have brought you together. My knowledge is vast. I have lived for a very long time, though still but an infant compared to you, Johannes. With the three of their blessing, I have been assigned here to aid you in whatever capacity you deem fit. I am a combatant, I am a researcher, I am a courtier, a jack of all trades, if you will.
As an emissary, how goes the construction of our base of operations?
As it was just started, the foundations and the parameters have been set, and production should begin within the week's time.
Is there a portal within this realm we could use?
There are numerous. You must be a little bit more specific. Where ultimately do you wish to go?
Back to the town where we started our adventure. We have something to pick up.
Of course, one of the prime gates that connect to Akwish. I will learn names eventually. Maybe.
I'll believe it when I see it.
Akshay? It's Aqshy. Come on.
There's a vowel missing in there.
At the beginning, it's Aqsy or Shy.
That's why there should be a U. There's
Yeah, I know,
always a
right?
U before Q.
Eek.
Remember,
Yeah.
I picked this game.
I
Actually,
did pick this. What was that, Dan?
actually.
Akshi. We'll go with that. Akshi.
Bless you.
Well, thank you.
Thought he was offering hashish.
Yes. The main gate, or one of the prime gates, will take you directly to Akshi, which will take you to Hammer Hall, which is the main gate. You have Hammer Hall of Akshi, and then you have the Hammer Hall in Gyranus, or the Realm of Life. They're twin gates, if I remember correctly. But yes, that would take you there, and then it would take from there. You could take a minor portal. Gimme, and Valor, and then from there, a week's travel to Heimgard.
Or a few days if you're me. So,
Yes.
fuck, but I'm gonna have to ride that thing back.
Do you have animal handling or beast handling?
No.
One thing we should keep in mind, if those guys are still there, don't they have your scent, or weren't they tracking you?
Yes. There's nothing more to add there, just yes.
Keep that in mind.
Sure.
I got nothing there, really. Those fuckers have my money, and I want my money. I'm not even sure the number of orbs I'm going to get or drops I'm going to get is going to be enough to cover the portal costs. But I want my fucking money. It's the principle of the thing.
I completely agree. I'm just a week's travel.
Well, getting there's going to be quick. I can outrun them getting there. It's just a matter of, getting away from them if I want to actually bring Rambo's charger back with me. This is where it comes in handy having an assistant. I give our assistant the order to send someone for the mount and the money owed by this town for the quests we completed.
All right.
I knew having an assistant would become handy, and I go back to the life plane.
Spoken like someone truly from Warhammer Universe. You, Peon, you do it for me.
Work.
Hey, this is a Warhammer game. I figure I better play the part. Minions are there for a reason.
All right, so Johannes is going to head to the Realm of Life. Are the rest of you going to follow him? And it will take about 2 weeks for them to return with your money and the charger, if all goes well.
Well, as long as they have the money, I don't really care about the charger.
Yeah, because we're still waiting, I guess, for the fortress and everything, correct?
That's gonna be a few months if memory serves.
Yeah, it's 3-month completion, and they're now, they're laying out the plans and whatnot now, and the production will start within a week.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of in the opinion that I'm going to wait until the Everqueen has her next mission for me. My character isn't that invested in being proactive in this particular war because he hasn't been given a reason to.
Fair.
I'm going to say that out loud. Okay, this is what I say to the group. I say I'm going to go back to my home realm and rest until the Queen has a mission for me. As far as I'm concerned, I've seen these battles and wars with chaos time and time and time again. More times than you've been alive years. I say to no one in particular because it applies to them all.
Do you not at least, before you go back to your homeworld, at least tell the Everqueen on what happened?
That's already been done.
Okay.
When we got here, I told one of your war hosts about it, and they said they were going to deliver the message to the 3 gods as well.
Okay.
Or we're going to deliver it to Sigmar, and Sigmar. I asked if Sigmar would for them to ask Sigmar to relay it to the other 2 as well. Now, if Sigmar just decided to be a dick and didn't say anything,
that's on him.
That's on him. I mean, I've made the effort.
Yeah, then I'm with you and say it's their quests and everything. I have stuff I want answered. I have a couple stuff that I need to do, but
Same. I have a
as far
I need to do.
as far as the whole war thing's going, it's gonna go no matter what. So sooner or later we'll get something thrown our way.
All right. So you return to the realm of life. Some of you, this is actually your first trip there. Berg and possibly even Malaria's. Within this life, this is the first time he's been to Gairan.
No, we were here for our training, remember? Because we were.
Oh yeah, my bad. Yep, my bad. Forget what I just said. All right. You go to the site where your keep is being constructed. The surveying has, begun. As said, there is a large tent with various dirt and going over plans and the like to begin construction of your keep. It is in a fortified glaive within the realm of life.
The word you're looking for is glade.
Glade. Yeah, glaive.
Glaive is a...
Yes. Glade. I was actually thinking grove, but I said glaive instead. Yeah. Whatever. Where is my energy drink? It's all the way over there.
Oh no.
Don't you wish you were in Warhammer where you could have a peon go and get it for you?
I'm not going to reply to what you just said because Bridget just got up to go get it.
Timing. That's what I'm.
Yeah.
Timing is always perfect.
Wow, you broke the DM there. Oh.
But Dan is never late.
Nor is he early. He
I
arrives
don't know
precisely
exactly what
when
was
he
said, but anything else he needs, he's getting himself.
Insert sandwich joke here.
Oh, man. No. All right. What would you all wish to do? I know some of you said you had your various endeavors you wish to do.
I don't know if Josh ended up going with me or not because he has a reward to collect. Berg.
Oh.
If he wants to help finish this or if he's going to do his own research endeavor because technically he's completed a mission.
I mean, yeah, I could continue with those ballistas.
Okay. I'll
All
make
right.
this
So
on first week.
first week,
yeah.
go ahead and make that roll, and then I'll get to Malarius and Kalara.
Uh, I can.
You got
Hope it does.
7 right there.
Yeah.
So your second week, you completed. That put you right at the Endeavor. So you don't have any extra successes. So right now it has a range. And later on, if you want to spend another like augmenting what it can do and whatnot, we will go over that later. Or you can spend another endeavor trying to, optimize it, add new things to it, so forth, so on. I'll tell you the range here in a second. 200 feet. It can shoot. Damage is 3. And the base. Actually, we will go with not cleave, but what's the thing you have on your weapon, Berg? The one that does the AOE
Spread.
spread has spread on it because it is, a freaking ballistic warhead on it, pretty much, and it hits, and it generally hits everything in a small radius. So target and anything adjacent to the target, it deals 3 plus. 3+ successes.
Sweet.
Um,
So I don't know how many endeavors we're going to be doing, but I'm going to do at least one more endeavor to attempt to make a second ballista. And it's 8 successes I need, or it's 7 successes I need.
It's rounded up, so 8.
Okay. Because I know there's 2 weeks to get back with the.
Yep.
No, actually, be even more. Josh, are you still helping with this second round? So we'll each have a ballista.
Yeah, I suppose.
And DN is 3 now instead of 4.
Woot woot.
Dang.
Damn.
8 successes. So me and Josh both have a ballista now.
Hey.
I am happy because this means I accomplished a long-term goal.
We got to work on that right there because you literally just accomplished a long-term goal.
Yeah, this long-term goal was from the beginning of the campaign.
And what was that?
To obtain war equipment for my forces. Assuming a ballista counts as war equipment.
I'm going to have it as the starting of it because equipment within that context is, actual outfitting your forces. Right now, you have a single ballista. So for the context of what you said, or with what you just said to me, I'm not going to have you complete it, but one step closer. Because I do not want to power scale us too much. And this would be a step pushing you towards there. You now have a ballistic weapon. So for this, Dan, how I would do this long-term goal is basically outfitting your forces with what is actually part of a military campaign. Siege weaponry, weapon armor.
You realize I only have one guy right now, right?
Yes. Which will go up further.
So by that logic, I spend the next 4 days and I make him a suit of armor, I make him a weapon, and I've outfitted my forces so I complete my long-term goal.
I'm going to get back on you on this one. I got to get that thought. That is my one complaint about how they handle growth in Age of Sigmar. and I don't want it to spiral out of control. So we will make note on that, and by end of session, or if we can get together tomorrow and talk, we will figure that out. Just make note that you did complete it, and yeah.
Okay.
I'm not trying to screw you, but at the same time, I'm not trying to power scale like crazy. Like, I like this system. I like this system a lot. I like how it flows. The XP is something that gets to me. All right, so that is done. Malarius, you said you had things you needed to do.
I want to find out whatever I can. Two things I'm trying to look up. One, whatever information I can find out on the right hand of the Everchosen. Because I'm severely confused why he helped me. And at a point actually saved me. And I also wanted to try and see if I could find any information on the name he called me by.
Okay. So, with that right there, you would return to Azar, to where your war host is stationed, the main facility garrison for your host. And you are going to peruse to libraries and indexes and things like that. Give me 1 second so I can see if there's an actual endeavor for research. There is not. You dicks.
Hey. Can't get mad at me.
I can, and I am.
Remember, this is on the fly.
Yeah. All right, go ahead and give me. This is going to be an extended test. Do you remember what the herald was called? Or the right hand of the Everchosen? If you have it in your notes, I will allow it, but I am not going to remind you.
Yeah, I need to definitely get better at that, don't I?
Mm-hmm.
Feel like it was a jest.
Here, give me 15 minutes real quick, because I have my notes here on my computer. I'll pull that video up and I'll go right.
You can give me a simple mind DN6 complexity 3 to remember.
It's no use rolling that. I can't
Okay.
make it. You said complexity 3, my mind is 2, so.
Fair. So yes, you do not recall his name. So that's going to make your first which endeavor research do you wish to do first? The name that he called you by, do you remember what that was?
Nope.
You can give me a DN6 complexity 1 mind test. All right. So, the research on the Herald or the hand of the ever chosen is going to be in 6, and you need 12 successes. This is an endeavor, so the more you accumulate successes over time.
Mm-hmm.
For you, because you don't remember, and the reason why I'm doing this specifically because you are dealing with the forces of chaos. From the chaos god Zinch, who's the changer of ways and spinner of fates and so forth, so on, to just the sheer influence of chaos. That's how they hide their brandings, their marks from just common eyes. When you look at a tattoo on a person's arm and it's blurry, you can't really make it out, or it gives you a headache. It's chaos interfering. Or if you're trying to remember something, it's the sheer nature of chaos to stop you from, it's one of its innate defenses.
Mm-hmm.
So make note as of right now to learn about the right hand of the Ever-Chosen's DN6, and you need 12 successes. And for you, it's a DN5. You need 8 successes. Which one are you doing first? Because each one is a week-long endeavor.
Yeah. You said Ever-Chosen was DN6?
Yep, and you need 12 successes.
And then me was DN5.
8 successes.
Charlie, in this game, high numbers are good.
Yes. This isn't fantasy, where the lower you roll, the better.
Fuck, I thought it was his golf. Damn it.
Damn, man. That was your first mistake. I mean, they already got, Warhammer football called Blood Bowl, which is just amazingly fun.
I'm gonna be selfish and go for see what's significant about my name.
Okay. It's Mind Lure.
Thank God I have lore. I have 1, but I have lore.
That's 3 dice.
Yep. That's no successes. How many rolls do I get?
Yeah, 1 a week.
Holy shit.
It has you perplexed, not recalling exactly what he referred to you as. And from him aiding you, you're not finding any grounds to really move forth. Second week, what would you like to do? Actually, after that first week, you're very restless, trying to search, find whatever you can, and the libraries, they have tons of lures, and it's very carefully done so it doesn't branch into heresy and whatnot. It has collective knowledge. Not like the secrets of chaos and things like that, as that tempts mortals and whatnot. It's a very controlled study and lore that is collected and given out. After your first week of futile attempts to find any information about what he called you, you finally collapse under your own exhaustion. You find yourself in a nightmare once more. You're kneeling before a statue of Sigmar, tears in your eyes, your hands covered in blood. For the first time, you see yourself. You're wearing dark armor, plate armor. On the ground, to both your sides, you see two wicked long swords, serrated, and looks to, blades of not elegant like the elves or even the storm hosts create. These are weapons of death. As much pain and suffering as you can cause, to maim. Your vision changes once more. And there is a battlefield. It's already the war already over. You see hundreds, if not thousands, of corpses. All human, Durden, elves, the free people. Off in the distance, you see the three-horned king, the ever-chosen, upon his massive mount. On the ground, standing next to him, you see the figure who aided you. The one that aided you nods at you. And you wake up in a cold sweat, breathing heavy. What do you do?
Think real hard on his name.
He does utter something. Give me, in that dream, before you wake up, let me step back a second. Go ahead and give me a mind awareness. DN5, complexity 2.
Oh shit.
You hear the words carried upon the winds. Kilroth. And you know he is referring to you.
Alrighty. Damn right I'm making notes of this. Fuck you.
You awaken, cold sweat, breathing heavy, and the name Kilroth repeating in your mind. What do you do?
What any sane man would do would be look up the name Kilroth, because definitely nothing bad's about to happen.
Fair.
Definitely not about the good of my team and be like, no, my name's Kilroth.
Alright. Start, perusing the archives. And every once in a while, as you look through book after book, you can swear you hear the sounds of something moving just out of the corner of your eyes. Sounds like maybe a dog, large cat, you're not sure. You shake your head and you look at another tome and you hear snarls and growls. What do you do?
Am I near anyone at the moment?
maybe a couple aisles over, there's a another practitioner looking up research. They seem oblivious to the things you are hearing.
I will take that as my anchor that is right now in my head.
Okay. Do you continue on with your research?
I'll continue.
All right. The DN lowers by 1. You still need the same number of successes, but it's now a DN 4.
Okay. And we're still doing mind lore, correct?
Correct. All right. After another week of research, again, the various sounds you hear howls, you hear snarling, you hear the sickening sound of something ripping flesh from bone. And the last tome you open and you finish reading. After you get there, near finish reading, about 2/3 of the way through, the pages begin to turn on their own. I need you to give me a body reflex save. Actually, no. I'm going to change this. This is a soul reflex save.
Dang it. Alright.
DN is 5. Complexity 1.
You said DN is 5, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Got the one I needed.
As the pages begin to turn on their own accord, picking up in speed, it stops, and the pages emanate this purplish hue, and then all of a sudden this chain erupts from the page and goes to impale into your throat and pull you to it. You manage to steel yourself, to steel your resolve, and basically move out of the way. The chain shoots out and just vanishes. As you look at the pages, it speaks of reference. The name Kilroth is within it, but it speaks of a greater archive, one that is currently inaccessible, and for good reason. In the sub-realm that connects to all realms, known as, before the conquest of the Ever-Chosen, it was known as All Point. Now it is known as 8 Point. This connects to all 8 realms.
Mm-hmm.
The realm gates themselves are some of the most powerful, but most of them are sealed off, keeping Archaon trapped with an 8 Point. But the archive will learn more about this name, this individual Kilroth. The only reference you could find leads you to 8 Point.
Boy, that book really drew you in, didn't it?
You can now see physically why I didn't become a scholar.
Alright.
The books, man, they're after me, I swear.
Books kill.
So that was your 2 weeks. You do have one more dream. You find yourself again within the church. And you find yourself on your knees. A woman you've seen repeating in your dreams, again, looks sad, but not of what is happening around. And you can hear the sounds of battle. You can hear the sounds of death. The forces of evil, of chaos. And as you're sitting there, or you're sitting on your knees, looking up, she steps ever so slowly to you and puts her hand upon your cheek and whispers something or speaks something. Go ahead and give me an awareness DN6 complexity 3. This is mind.
Mind. Okay. I was like, just awareness? What? You said D and 6.
Yes.
All 6s. Here we go. Nope.
Oh, that would have been awesome if you got 3 6s right there. Just saying.
It says Rosebud.
Rosebud.
You might all be a little uncultured to know what that reference is from.
You can't make out what is said, but the back of the citadel is torn asunder, as if the bricks, the mortar itself, just goes flying out into a vortex. You see at the opening the armored figure that aided you stepping forth. She looks down at you, and as brave as she can, stoically as she can, she just smiles at you. You can see that there is fear in her eyes, but she smiles nonetheless. You once again wake up in a cold sweat, breathing heavy.
Okay.
All right, Kilara, first week, what do you wish to do?
I'm going to try to find a local slave trader. And I guess I'll ask some local people or go to a shady part of town. I'm not sure. And yeah, I'm just going to shoot for that. Try to find a local, just basic run-of-the-mill, any kind of slave trader.
Shit done got real. Our trees are the most fucked up in the group, I'm just saying.
Well, we're inherently superior from everyone.
There's a no. That's no.
I think I know where you were going with that, Charlie.
There's a really funny relationship that trees and slaves have had for many long years, and it's nothing that elves want to think of anymore because elves are white.
Me and Charlie
Wow!
the exact same thing. That is awesome.
I'm not
Incredibly
saying,
racist.
I'm not saying that they have the best relationship, but there's one now.
All right. So, after a week of investigating, going to various small cities, and Gairan isn't plentiful with city. It's the realm of life, nature. They do exist, but more of like small villages or tribes that have just set up roots long enough before their next migration. You do come across a shady individual, simply known as Jay.
What kind of tree is he?
He's not a tree.
He said he was shady, so I assume.
See what you did there.
Okay. Saying at the beginning of that day when I tracked that guy down, I want to put my ancestral memories into Gully. Is that right? Guile. Whatever. Guile that.
Okay. At this is a week-long endeavor. It takes you a week to find this individual. Um, simply goes by Jay. He's a short human, about 5'4", male, very short. Has a curly goatee, wears a plumed hat with several feathers, dressed like a pompous asshole. How can I be of service? I see I've been informed by little birdie that you are looking to find yourself someone who deals in the shadier aspects of trafficking the lives of others.
I'm looking for a very unique specimen, and I'm not even going to give you details exactly what I'm looking for, but I need a very, very skilled group to do this, and I will pay a very high price for this. But I want to find a group that can actually that I know can complete this task.
Wow, you are not giving me much to work off. If you want me to send mine into a blind mission for very little, will cost you quite handsomely, and I do not know if you can afford it.
I can assure you it will be well worth your while. I need it to be very discreet. And like I said, I really want to find a group that I know that can complete this under such discretion.
What is it you want us to complete? And that will determine the price. Unless, again, you want us to go in completely blind, but I promise you it will cost 3 to 4 times more, just depending on how much I like you.
I just posted in Skype Clara's new theme song.
Okay, not as Clara. I'm not really looking for a person. I'm looking for a group. And I'm not really sure how to ask this. And I'm not familiar enough with this game to pick like a very high priced item to be as very specific.
Okay, I will try to help you out. You either send me a Skype message on what you're looking for, or if you want to say it out loud, you can. And I will try to help you phrase it more correctly. Us trees have to stick together.
Well, like I said, I'm not actually looking to purchase a slave. That's not of my actual interest. I don't want them to know that. I'm just looking for...
You're looking for a slaver, you're not necessarily looking for slaves.
Yes.
Well, he's admitted he's a slaver already.
But he's not who I'm looking for. It goes back to my, character history and...
So you're looking for a target. You're trying to find a location where he's keeping the slaves.
Yes.
Then say you want a tour and be able to pick out the slave yourself. Or you want to pick out the individuals yourself.
To help with this, because she's struggling here, and it's okay, it happens to the best of us. She's looking for a specific person who is a slaver that belongs to an organization that she has issues with. And that's who she's trying to find.
Yeah, there was no way you were getting that with the way you were going about it.
I had to step in.
Sorry, I wasn't expecting this to be today. I was still building on how I was going to go about this. I was still kind of learning my ins and outs of this.
In which case, you went to the wrong person. You're not looking for a slaver, you're looking for an information broker.
Okay.
And with chaos stirring themselves up, information brokers are almost everywhere. You'd have to do... Your endeavor would be your streetwise abilities to be able to actually pick out a good information broker, and then you just straight up ask what you want, because you're paying them for their discretion at that point. So then you can just straight up, I'm looking for this person, he's a slaver with this organization, and then they run off to try to find the information for you.
Okay.
So that would be the kind of person you're looking for.
Well, for my endeavor, I took the contact.
Yeah, that's what she's doing right now, is the contact. You don't have to make a roll, apparently, to gain a contact. You just spend time finding a contact.
In which case, she isn't looking for a slaver then. She's looking for information broker.
Yeah. It's alright.
Okay.
Because all this is spontaneous, you meet a dwarf named Jay. I'm not changing that name, damn it. So you find him in actually one of these small settlements within Gairan. To himself, drinking a pint of some form of liquor. And he sees you approach.
He's like drinking pints of liquor?
Yes.
I know he's a dwarf, but damn. At that point, just save the pint. Just drink the bottle.
He looks up at you and he puts aside his various papers that he was reading. How can I be of service to you, large tree?
I'm looking for a group called the Red Bulls. I'm specifically looking for a man named Lenny.
He runs his hand through his beard. What do you offer in exchange for this information? And I know I changed the voice I was using, but whatever, I don't care. Improv. What do you offer in exchange for this information? While I do not know of this Bernero, I do know of the Red Bulls. I can find this individual for you, put out my feelers, and give you what information it is you're seeking. But what do you offer in turn?
I don't know what's reasonable. Not explore. I don't know what is the reasonable amount to offer. Like 2 apples? Is that like chum chick?
You look to be new to this. I'm guessing a sapling. Tell you what. What is the information you wish to find? As you look quite capable, I could use your help in matters of my own. You help me, I give you the information you seek.
I wish to find her name. And
His current location, where he lives, what realm he calls home, who he's sleeping with, what all do you wish to know?
he did a job years back in a village not that far from here. And there was a group of slaves he took. I need to ask him some questions about that group. So his location.
That can change rapidly.
If you're looking for where these slaves went, just cut out the middleman and say you're looking for these slaves. You'd end up getting a bigger ask from him in order for that trade, but it would cut out the middleman. And then you can just find this guy at your leisure and, do what trees do best.
Well, I'm looking for an elf named Oscus.
He makes a note of that. Alright. Then, again, since you are cutting out the middleman, or if you'd wish to have information on him as well, trade for a trade. Favor for a favor.
What do you have?
In Shayesh, I have contacts that have, been unable to cross the realms. They owe me a great deal of, merchandise. Retrieve it for me, and I will have the information. That is, finding out of this slave, Oscar, whatever his name is, I don't really care. And this Renero, Romez, whatever, humans don't interest me.
Okay.
Otherwise, you can pay me 500 orbs, and I will get you the information.
Orbs or drops?
Orbs. Spheres, sorry.
Holy fuck.
With that pricing right there, though, that this person that you met named under J, with him asking that, either he's just a fraud trying to take you for whatever money he can, or he is truly gifted at what he does.
Yeah, he just asked for 50,000 drops, so you'd hope he'd be good at it.
Yeah. Or it turns out to be like the episode of Critical Role where Scanlan tried to go get drugs.
That would just be funny. Well, not for you, but for the rest of us.
Spice. Got spice.
What am I looking?
It is a young necromancer named Bella. Graves' Call is where you can find her.
Watch, now she's gonna have to smuggle slaves into the realm. I'll laugh.
Are you looking for her?
The merchandise that is promised to me from her. I honestly do not care if she dies or if you wish to kill her and take her other belongings. I just want my merchandise that is promised to me.
And fellow or possessions. Information.
Yes, I'll give you information, the whereabouts of this Oscar and Ramon or Fred. I really don't care his name. You can see he actually wrote their names down perfectly, but he is purposely
He's
not.
an ass.
Yes. He lifts his hand, just waves you off. You can give me an awareness, mind awareness, difficulty 5, complexity 1. Difficulty 5, you only need 1 success. You notice as you're walking out of this tavern, as you turn just to get one more glance, the light hits him just right. And even though he's a dwarf sitting there drinking a pint of some strong liquor, you can smell it. It is so potent. You can see his shadow does not match his form. His shadow actually has wings. And where his eyes would be on the shadow, they glow yellow. All right, that was your first week. What do you do with your second week?
Don't worry, you're getting a lot more done than I did. Remember, I spent all 2 weeks in the library.
Um,
And a book almost killed him.
I'm gonna go to my hometown in the realm and visit family. Not really family, but old friends and see if I come across any other contacts. And then,
So you're just trying to gain new contacts?
yeah.
Random, my decision.
I don't know.
Go back to the Grove, where you were birthed. And much like it was when you left, it's very serene, peaceful. As you enter, the massive trees sway into your acceptance. As you go to the heart, you see the incredibly old tree lord. Welcome, child. It both warms my soul and saddens me to see you once again. Since your severing of the harmony of the song, we have all have missed you. But seeing you still living warms me. What can an old soul do for you?
I just wanted to.
My suggestion is to you is you want to be kept abreast of what goes on in this realm, and you're looking for someone to help you do that.
Thank you.
So after reconnecting with, the spirits of the force that you share a connection with, a dryad named Nith, Nyth, accompanies you. It tells you about what's been transpiring in Gairan, how the Ever Queen is very unrestful as of late. The forces of Nurgle have drawn back almost completely, and none know why. Gives you a runabout. So basically, this is a dryad, like I said, named Nith, and she is basically an informant of the general knowledge of the Sylvaneth within the realm of Gairan, the home realm of them. You can call upon her for information, things regarding the Sylvaneth. All right. Josh, you helped Johannes for the 2 weeks, so there's not much you did. 2 weeks elapses, y'all are back together. What do y'all wish to do, if anything? Still go about your separate ways? Everybody kind of did their thing right there. Just seeing, reconnect, sharing information that y'all have learned or anything like that. Or new endeavors, personal quests, you can share with your group, anything like that.
I'll share with them, but all together.
Yes.
Ever Queen and the Nurgle going back.
Actually, one thing you would have learned from Nith is a lot of the forces of both the Silvernith and the forces of Nurgle were utterly obliterated. All that remained is literally desolated forest husk of Sylvaneth and the remains of the mortal remains of the servants of Nurgle, not the daemons, because when daemons die, they return to the realm of chaos. All basically burnt husks. It's as if a wild inferno engulfed several battlefields. You share with what you have done for your own personal quest. Since you're new to this, do you ask your companions for help to go to Shayesh, the realm of death, to retrieve this?
Yeah, I'll ask if they have some downtime that they want to eat.
I can't hear her like at all.
She's gonna fix her. The poor her laptop's screwed up.
Yeah, no worries.
I very carefully and slowly take out my magic book.
No, it's still not working.
Okay, I can hear you on my end.
Try not to spook Malarius. Open my book.
Yeah, I'll let them know that that I'm looking for a necromancer named Bella. And then I have to bring some stuff back to an information broker.
What kind of stuff?
Whatever she has on her.
That's actually not what he said, just FYI.
Merchandise that he was promised.
What merchandise was he promised?
He did not say.
You might want to find that out first.
It's all right. She's learning. She will learn that details is always important in my games.
Yeah, and if you're looking for a scheme, I'm the one to come to.
Yes.
And in all fairness, I've had 2 hours of sleep in the last 24 hours as well.
It's okay. It's okay. What about you, Malarius? You're the only other person that did not do a crafting endeavor.
All my information's personal. Fuck them. They don't get to know.
Fair. Fair. Real team building exercise there, Malarius.
So, for effect, not even because, I need to, but just for effect. 2 evenings, doesn't matter which evening. I'm going to make my rolls here. And, oh, that was wrong.
Yeah.
Succeeded. I now have 2 shields, one on each arm.
Nice.
Game statistic wise, it's the same as having 1 shield, but
Yes, do any of you want to
Looks.
inquire about the weapons and stuff he's made, by the way? That was one thing from last session y'all did notice. We kind of didn't even really touch on that at the beginning of the session.
What's the pros and cons between those weapons and my Sigmar-based weapons?
Yours is harder to destroy and are considered magical. The ones he create can be destroyed and they're considered magical, but he can further enchant them.
and with Till Sylvanus in your group, we can just heal them.
That is true.
Because we both chose the right miracle.
But how good would that be, like, in battle?
Like repairing your weapons that are destroyed in battle?
Yeah.
Very useful.
No, I mean, like, oh god, I'm up against the boss. My sword just broke.
You could spend an action to do it and then spend a metal and do another action. But as an example of like things you can do with weapon weave, and I'll allow to be more creative. But like you can add penetrating to it, reach. Reach basically allows you to hit anything within your zone, restraining.
Depending
Rending.
on what Derek allows for fluff, depends on what plant I make it out of. I could theoretically make you a weapon out of poison ivy. Or a venomous plant of some sort.
Right, and all that would do is, it'd be a DN4, and then whatever I feel is appropriate for the number of successes needed to further enchant it.
So, Zadok, let me know how the possible is this. If I gave a description of a weapon to Johannes, could he not make like an exact copy of it, but
I'd make my interpretation of it.
Yeah.
I control how everything intertwines. Like, the 2 shields I'm wearing are actually shields. Like, we're not talking about the bullshit that Thorin did in the Hobbit movie. We're talking about, like, these are intricate, like, Celtic design shields that are just made out of the flora or fauna that were available or that I used at the time of their crafting.
And through magic weaving and whatnot, they're as sturdy as, metal shields. And, yeah. The benefit to Sigmarite armor and weapons is they're almost impossible to destroy.
That, and I can enchant these further.
Yeah. And until like a further source comes out with actual magic, like enchanting and whatnot, this, the Sylvan are your go-to.
Us or Durden, because they do have the runesmithing in there.
That is true, yeah.
But you can technically add runes onto these weapons as well. If you really wanted to double dip.
I'd ask Johannes what he would expect in return to make a weapon for me that I would describe for him.
I just need a few hours.
And the soul of 12 children.
Done for Sigmar. What do you mean? He takes the souls of men all the time, and then
that is true. Sigmar does repurpose souls on a regular basis. Johannes would simply ask for I don't know enough about the realms, Derek, but some rare plants from Eighth, or where do you say Sigmar's his warhost is based out of?
Azar.
Yeah, some rare plants from Azar. Seeds. I'm not in a hurry for them.
Yeah.
But next time you go.
Yeah. I don't see any knowing my lord, I don't see any reason why I wouldn't be able to do that.
Right, yeah. He's an ally. The Everqueen's an ally of Sigmar.
Yeah. So I would agree to that. I'd get to it for you when I can.
Would you ask him, Bridget, to create you a war hammer and a battle axe?
Not right now. I've already requested help on hunting this person down. I only have so much money, and I know they're not going to want to do it for free.
I don't know. That's something you can talk to Johannes about.
Derek, this would just be one random night during the 14 days, because it literally says in the book for Weapon Weave that you can do this in an evening.
Yeah. It's the magical weapon weave that's the longer process.
What are you describing to me? Because it determines what my target number is.
Zedek, I'm describing to him because the swords I had in my dream were 2 one-handers, correct?
Correct.
And one was not different than the other. They seem to be 2 of the same.
Actually, give me a mind, just a raw mind test, DN4 complexity 1.
Straight mind, got it. Crap.
Not much more you can remember. So close. Little cock tease right there with the 3.
Yep. I'm going to do my best to describe both the way I describe it to you, Dan, on how I would like for this to work is that the swords hook together into one, but I could, when in dire need, take them apart and dual wield. It's the only thing I add to that. But I try to describe at least one of the swords from the dream.
So basically just 2 long swords.
Okay, that would be one-handed weapon?
Yep.
Uh, so 5. And I have 1 focus, so I succeeded on that one.
Hey,
Oh.
I do like the focus mechanic. Nice.
So I craft 2 long swords for you. It looks like up and down the blade or by the hilt, like 2 sets of ivy and vines entangling together. The handles seem to be halves of each other. So it merges into one sword, but there is a slight gap in between them. You've seen He-Man's sword from almost any source, right? Where it has
Yeah.
that gap in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
That's essentially what this sword looks like when it's together, but with ivy being the connecting portion between them on the hilts, or the guard. I'm blanking on its name. The
Crossguard.
guard. Yeah, the cross guard. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Yeah.
And then I would spend some time and show you how to quickly detach them from one another.
Okay.
All right. So, y'all have one more week before an event happens. What do y'all wish to do?
Try to get killed by a book.
Nice. Actually, for this endeavor, Charlie, you are called back to your host, and you are, doing your duties.
Okay. Duty.
Yep. Active duty. Berg, what would you like to do? You have one more week of downtime endeavor you can do.
That's debatable. I do have a couple ideas that I'd love to craft, but I feel like they'd be harder than a week.
Well, that's why they're endeavors, and you make progress. Like it took Dan 2 weeks to make the ballista, the first one, anyways.
One of the ideas was to make a walkie-talkie, basically.
Okay.
So we can communicate if we ever split the party again.
So you're giving one to the elf because he split the party.
All right. So I'm guessing you're wanting to make one for each person.
Probably. I'd start with 2.
Okay. So DN is going to be 4. The complexity, you need a total of 10 successes. And this is going to require a total of 500 drops worth of crafting material.
So I couldn't really start it now unless I did the research part of it.
You can do the research part. If you do that, if you complete the research part, just like with Dan creating more ballistics, it will reduce. Like if you complete the diagram for it, when you go to actually make it, it'll be half the requirements.
Because I
Dan will
don't
be
have
lowered
the
by
money
1.
right now to build it, so.
All right. You theoretically know, you're going to need Azar crystals or crystals from Gyran. And with the rest of the magical components and the Aether Gold and everything like that, combining them together and whatnot, you should be able to communicate with anybody that shares this frequency of the Prime Crystal, if you will, anywhere on the realm. Will not be able to cross realms and whatnot, but so long as you are in the same realm, you should be able to communicate with each other.
So DN was 4.
Yep.
And I have 1 focus, so I'd boost that 3 to a 4.
Okay, you got
So
4
4
successes out of 10. All right. Johannes, anything endeavor you wish to do for this week? Oh, also your money is given to you and the charger is giving to you. Telra returns. Each one of you have 3 spheres. And your honorary God, what's the word? Basically honorary nobles of Heimgard. Your status within Heimgard is that of a noble because you saving the guard captain.
And 3 spheres is 30.
100 drops.
Okay, that's 100 drops. Okay.
Yep. You all basically have the keys to the city of Heimgard.
So nothing in practice, but it makes them feel good. You said how
Who
many
knows?
spheres?
3. Who knows, man? Heimgard might become something big later on.
It might.
Yeah. Or it might get destroyed by the dude that you pissed off.
I think that's far more likely.
All right, Johannes, what would you like to do for that week?
Did you tell me about a battle, Clara?
Did you hear him? All right, scratch your muscles with her headphone. He asked, did you tell him about the battle with the forces of Nurgle? Yeah, she did.
I'm over the battlefield, and I'm going to be spamming the fuck out of verdant growth and cleansing the corruption from the forest.
All right. It is actually quite difficult to do. It's not so much cleansing, but you're restoring life because there is no corruption. Go ahead and give me a mind. Nature. I think nature's a skill. Still remembering all the new skills. Yeah, nature. Mind nature.
What's the target number?
Clara, would you have gone with them? She would have gone with you, and she is giving you the help action.
My computer first.
Okay. Do you remember how many training you have in nature, if any? Okay, so you're just getting a D6, but she is going with you because this is both your all's home realm.
Okay.
Computer locked up, so I'll convey any information back and forth, and if I need to make any rolls, or she needs to make rolls, I'll roll for a while. Her computer is... DN is going to be 4. Complexity 2.
I have no focus, so 4 successes.
All right. So there is no taint of chaos or corruption from chaos here. Both you are restoring life to the land. It is literally as if a purifying flame decimated everything, including the lives of the Sylvaneth. You see the husks of Sylvaneth, where their soul pod, where their soul is connected into them, utterly destroyed. You know from just looking at this that their knowledge and their experience is not given back to the song or to the Sylvaneth people. They were utterly just destroyed. As is what was said, like a great wildfire decimated. Do you wish to do anything else? Or further investigate or anything? Or is that all you're doing?
That's what I'm doing for now.
Okay. And then, Kalaria, is there anything you wish, any endeavor or anything you wish to do for that week? You would have been helping him. Okay. All right. So it is about to be 9 o'clock. Let's go ahead and take a 10-15 minute break.
Okay.
Be back by no later than 9:10 my time, 8:10 your all's time, and we will pick up with the events that is about to transpire.
Already.
All right. As the coming of the fourth week, since your ventures into the realm of fire, the morning breeze washes over you, the rays of sunlight, and the serenity that is all encompassing is replaced by a heavy presence. Immediately, all of you are alerted to the sounds of heavy wings in the sky. As you look up, you see what a few of you saw within the realm of fire. A massive chaos dragon. And above it, or riding upon it, is the mysterious Chaos Knight that has aided Malarius. What do y'all do?
Does it look aggressive?
No. I mean, it always looks aggressive because Chaos Dragon, but they aren't moving to assault or anything like that.
I have an urge to jump behind my ballista.
Take that.
I do edge closer to it.
Fair.
Because it pays to be prepared.
We'll tell Johannes that's the one that saved me when I was fighting the one you stole the orb from.
Good to know. So when he says that, I take the ballista bolt out of there, and I put the special one in. I begin to slowly crank it back, but looking at Malarius as he's telling me this.
What do you do, Malarius? As the figure begins to descend slowly.
I can't say that a Chaos Knight because we're still in Azir, correct?
No, you're on Gairan.
We got ran. We're back at the fireplace. Okay. Fuck.
Oh no, if Chaos Knight appeared in fucking
Yeah.
as our fucking war would be happening.
Immediately smiting.
Mm-hmm.
You'll see Malarius unsuspectingly not immediately go into war mode.
Hold on 1 second. Would it be easier for you to connect to Skype through your phone and use your phone to act as the...
Use headphones. Am I going to use my wireless ones?
Alright, I'll inform Bridget when she get back everything that's transpiring.
Okay.
Do me a favor, and yeah, you just pick up that Johannes kind of wants to fire his new weapon more than he's really worried about or wanting to fight the individual that we're facing. I'm kind of surprised, Berg isn't doing the same thing. We have big new guns with warheads.
I'm not.
Oh, I would be.
Perfect.
Berg's probably doing the same exact thing.
So we're both loading up
I-
our ballista.
I wouldn't want you to waste your weapons that probably won't do anything against him.
Now it
Now
looks
I
like
got it
Johannes was just challenged.
The dragon finishes descending, and a large, thud is heard, as well as almost small tremors in the ground.
Okay.
Chaos. Go ahead.
What was the force that went to war and fought with?
The forces of Nurgle,
Which is
the chaos god, one of the chaos gods.
like what kind?
Plague, pestilence, death.
Like something that would be represented by what we're facing currently?
So, you know that, or you were told that this is the right hand of. No, you did not tell. Did you ever tell him that? Tell them that?
Nope. It was personal, remember?
You can give me a mind lore test real quick. DN4 for general knowledge.
2 successes.
All right. So with how it's armored, you don't see, with it being fully armored and whatnot, this is in fact a Chaos Knight. The other orders refer to them, and even amongst the Chaos, they refer to them as slaves to darkness. Personal forces and vanguards to Archaon the Ever-Chosen. Who Archaon the Ever-Chosen has the 4 blessings of the 4 greater chaos gods: Khorne, Slaanesh, Nurgle, and Tzeentch.
So may not be direct underling of Nurgle, but is a servant of Nurgle.
Correct. They're the servants of Archaon, which is the champion, the chosen of the chaos gods.
So he's an inquisitor, basically, for the
Pretty
chaos.
much for, yeah.
Yeah. Johannes is kind of pissed at Nurgle right now because he wasn't around for the last assault and, decimation of my people. So he's not exactly looking for a peaceful encounter at this particular juncture.
Fair.
Especially if this person is related to Nurgle in that way. So he's double ready to fire.
All right. Well, you let me know if any of you actually fire as I describe the scene. The dragon lands, its 2 heads snapping at each other. The armored knight dismounts, begins walking towards you. His shield on his back, his long sword sheathed to his side. Slow, deliberate steps. When he gets about 150 feet from you, he stops. It's good to see you still alive, Kildoth. I have come because we share a mutual enemy.
Excuse me.
Bless you. You see him wave his hand, and the winds of magic pick up. Berg, you notice the winds of magic because your lenses and you see an imagery of what plays out. You see the forces of Nurgle battling Sylvaneth. Almost an even match, neither side really caving to the other. And then you see waves of fire form on the outskirts of the two armies. At first, no attention is really paid to it, and they become living infernos, a mind of their own. And when both sides realizes what's going on, they try to fight against it. But these massive elemental creatures, they both forces annihilated. Up in the sky, you see a floating figure dressed in robes. Thin, bit lanky, can't make out great detail. Ked. He makes notion that that is the third figure he's seen. The male that spoke and came out of nowhere when the lady was, owning him. And then the imagery stops. A shared enemy that both sides cannot ignore.
I'm gonna ease up on the trigger a little bit. I'm still, behind the, in the ballista, but I'm not. My trigger finger isn't itching at this particular moment. What do you propose? I shout out.
I have located what appears to be a cell of their underlings. I will give you this knowledge. You interrogate. Find out what you can of our mutual enemy. By the Ever-Chosen's command, the forces of Nurgle have been withdrawn. Whatever. Until this adversary is dealt with. There will never be peace. Chaos will consume all, and a new age will replace this.
My hand does that, rotating thing, because I've heard that speech before. I'm fairly confident.
Yes. And that probably actually angers you too, because you remember the world that was, and you remember ultimately Chaos won. It was Archaon, the Ever-Chosen, that destroyed the world that was. He kind of got pissed because he was getting played by the Chaos Gods, and while he hated Sigmar because of things he learned, that is just the general knowledge you know from being so old, and he kind of destroyed the world that was. So you probably actually have a deep-seated hatred for this individual in front of you.
That's probably true. Yeah. Even more so than I previously thought.
Yeah, yeah. Nurgle's an asshole, and he invaded Gyran, and he almost killed the Ever Queen, and almost became the most powerful of Chaos Gods and whatnot. But he ultimately failed. He failed horribly, and he became the weakest Chaos God for a while because Nurgle's power waxes and wanes just depending the influence of his domain, how strong it is at any given point in time. Khorne is generally the strongest because he is the god or the chaos god of war, battle, bloodshed, and that's always happening. That's why he's usually at the top.
That's why it's called Warhammer.
Exactly. But it was ultimately Archaon that said, fuck you to everybody. It's like, nah, you're not going to have this world. Blew it up. So Chaos did win in a sense. They just weren't granted the prize that they were after. So yes. And him saying that does trigger memories of the world that was. What do you do, Johannes?
I'm kind of curious how everyone else reacts. Like, my character's barely restraining rage at this comment, then.
For the rest of you, chaos is your mortal enemy. It has been the enemy of, everything since the beginning of everything. If it was not for the great old ones in the world that was that did something that caused their great, basically, stargates or realm gates to collapse, chaos seeped into the world that was at its poles. They have whispered, they do fear Nagash, because if Nagash is, that Zench doesn't care because he is weird. He's excited by the prospect of Nagash, the Undying King. Khorne, Nurgle, and Slaanesh both want Nagash dead, and both fear what comes because in death, they can't have any influence because they're dead, they're cold, Slaanesh is all about pleasure. You can't get pleasure out of dead things. Well, I mean, you can, but if everything's dead, then there is no, Khorne, when there is no forces to battle. Point being, Chaos, and Nagash does this even to fight Chaos, because ultimately Chaos wins, then he is fucked. Chaos is the enemy of everything.
So the two things that the two forces that I truly, like, bone deep hate would be the Skaven and what'd you call them?
Archaon, the Everchosen.
I wanted to make sure it actually was Archaon because he was in our last campaign too. So, are probably Archaon and the Skaven. Those are the two that I hate more than anything. Because it was the Skaven that instituted disrupted the vortex.
Yep.
Yeah, so what does everybody else do with this individual and what he's proposing before you?
Yeah, he is your all's mortal enemy. Even your inner selves kind of just like instinctively want to either flee or destroy this individual.
What about me, Zadok?
You're kind of torn. Again, you feel a sense of kinship in his mere proximity.
Johannes, you were not pleasantly surprised at the fact
One second. While you were fixing that, he descended and said that he has found a small cell of the enemy The one who destroyed the forest and both forces is one of the robed figures. He will give the information, and you are to find the cell, interrogate everything they know, and do with what you please. By the order of Archaon, the forces of Norgal have been, for the most part, recalled to the realm of chaos. Archaon is establishing his authority as supreme general and chosen, and much to Nurgle's disdain, because he has the backing of all four chaos gods, his forces kind of retreated from the realm of life. For the most part, there's still some stragglers and whatnot, but the bulk of the armies.
But he wants us to do this. Is he wanting us to, like, join him further beyond that?
No, this is his. He's offering to give you the information of where this cell he believes he found, and for you to interrogate. He said there will never be peace, and him using those lines, those words, memory from Malaris's past lives. Okay.
Being this is probably the one time people would expect Malarius to be kill this guy first, ask questions later, don't even allow him to speak. Malarius doesn't even stand in a defensive nature.
Berg, what do you do? And Kalara.
I'm still at my ballista, pointing it at him. I haven't said anything yet.
I'm kind of torn. While I don't really like him, and I don't think that, his further intentions are, any good, but he does. It is helpful for him to kind of point us in that direction. So I'm a little torn.
Okay, Derek, this is what I do. Because we are in the Ever Queen's realm, I send a mental prayer to her with gritted mental teeth. Like, you can hear the aggression in the voice when I send this prayer off. And I say, are you going to make this a quest or an order? Because she's the one
You
that
feel
first more than anything else.
You feel rage. You feel, because she is in the season of war. When she was reborn, she was rebirthed as the season of war. This is a true enemy. And the intention, the feel that you get from her is she wants this entity dead. There is no trusting chaos. There is nothing that can truly be gained by working with each other. Ultimately, anything you do by request of him will strengthen them in some fashion or another. But ultimately, this is why the soul binding was made, because you all are heroes. You all do the things that must be done to secure her intent. And you can already tell, I can't remember the name, but you can feel through your connection to the realm root, it begin to shake. And you can tell that the legendary, I think they're Wardroth, the legendary Wardroth beetles are beginning to move, and they will be arriving here soon. So, putting a timer on this, y'all have. Let me bring up a timer. All right. You all have 5 minutes from now to decide what you're going to do before the Wardroth beetles arrive. Potentially the Everqueen herself.
So what does she say when I sent that? I mean, I feel the rage. My character's probably right up there level pissed
Yeah.
with this character, with this individual. But is she going to make it an order to strike out against this entity that she fears more than chaos?
If you accept this, it is a quest I will honor. But your decision must be made before I arrive. For I will take no prisoner. Four minutes.
I'm about to make the biggest mistake you can make in Total War Warhammer.
You're about to ignore the oncoming Chaos Army coming straight for your main city?
No, the biggest mistake you can make. Picking a fight with a second force. I launch my bolt at the Chaos Dragon.
Oh! All right. All right. Timer has stopped. So technically, y'all have 35 rounds till the Everqueen arrives. Let's move us to a blank board. Because no tokens, nothing. You can drop your tokens to keep health tracks, all that. Oh. Delete the ones on here so you can drop your updated ones.
Yeah. Like I said, biggest mistake.
I think I did that right. Alright. Alright, gotta get two calculators up. Alright,
My initiative has changed to 7, by the way.
alright. 7.
Yep.
Same with mine.
Alright.
My toughness has also changed to 11.
Alright. 1 second. Just that drops down. Yeah, fuck it. We'll use this as the dragon token. You are 150 feet away from it. We will get that taken care of here in a second. Alright, if you will, draw yourself 150 feet from the knight. I'll have to make the map big. 1 second. Alright, there you go. And put an X, if you don't mind, where your ballistas are.
I'm waiting for others to move so that I know, I know exactly
I moved to the square.
where I know where to move to. Oh, in between.
I'm further back than this. I just wanted to make sure it was marked for you to. Because. Oh, that looks horrible. Here's where I am, Derek. I'm in my ballista or on my ballista, however you wanna.
Okay. Now this took a fun course of event. All right, go ahead and make your attacks.
What skill is this?
This was range or craft. I will allow either one of them.
I vote craft. Minecraft, bodycraft.
Because they don't. It would be body. Because they don't have rules for ballistic weapons yet. I'm going to either allow the ranged or the craft. Because some games do allow you to. Like in Warhammer Fantasy 4th edition, you can use your engineer skill to use black powdered weapons and, firearms made from engineering. So, same principle I'm using here.
The target would be.
Sorry, the Chaos Dragon's defense is superb. So in this case, it would be your body plus your craft. No, it'd be your accuracy, but it's your accuracy. But instead of your range skill, it's your craft skill for you.
Okay. I have an accuracy of average, so
DN 6. And are you using a sphere?
yes.
Okay.
With the 3 buff I have, or the 3 focus I have, I'm going to bump both of those 5 to 6s.
Okay.
So,
Alright, so that's 3. It's 5 damage. Hold on 1 second. What does the spell that mimics do? Or that mimics the sphere? Does anybody remember?
No.
I think it's verdant growth. Which is a jade spell. Or no, not verdant growth. Life bloom.
Because it does cleanse corruption, the TN on it is 5. So you are going to do an extra 5 damage with the sphere.
So total 10 damage.
And it is everything in the zone. I am going to make a reflex body save with him real quick. Alright. He manages to shield himself from the effects, but you do 10 points of damage to the Chaos Dragon. It does look like it took a massive hit. And you like to gain the ire of creatures, Dan. This one is definitely pissed off at you. It definitely marks you as both its head sneaks around and... Alright. Berg, you can make your shots, and then we'll go to actual initiative.
Well, my accuracy is great, so
So DN 5. Remember, you could spend metal to double your training before the roll or at the
I'm
roll.
going to spend a metal to reload if I can, Derek.
Yeah, I'll allow you to do that.
I'm gonna spend the metal for training.
Okay. How many focuses you got?
I got 1, which means I can't buff any of them.
So he deals 11 damage.
11 damage.
What kind of damage is this doing, though? Piercing?
It is piercing, yes.
And I would bump that 5 to a 6, and then the 3 6s would ignore armor. 3 armor.
Ooh. And its attention switches from Johannes to Berg.
I feel kind of good about the fact that we'll probably at least kill this Chaos Dragon. I'm not making any, assumptions about being able to survive him, but we're going to bring that fucking Chaos Dragon with us.
All right.
Doesn't
On his turn,
save
he's going to
again.
make a roll. Yeah, he just made his save. He succeeded. 8 plus 3. All right, you see him wave his sword, and as he does, you see the ground erupt. Give me 1 second. And you see flesh hounds erupt within medium range, which is 60. Can somebody mark 60 feet with a ruler from him, please? Thank you. Alright. Then he's going to take his free action to move 15 feet. He's going to take his move action to move 30. And then he is going to use a point of metal to take the defensive action.
That ups his
Defense to extraordinary. And 3 feet of movement. Some long range. Let's see. Alright, just give me 1 second. Damn it, I meant to do a square.
I did the same freaking thing when I was trying to draw mine.
Alright, let's see. I gotta roll it real quick. Alright. So it cannot attack the people with the ballista with its breath weapon. Alright. I need both you and Kalara to give me a body reflex saving throw. Or saving throw, wow, test.
Alright.
DN 5. Complexity is 2.
You said body reflex?
Oh, sorry. Complexity is 1. Yeah, body reflex, complexity 1, DN 5. I need you to give me a body reflex. Okay.
2. I'll make that 3 successes with my focus.
Okay.
So what was it again?
5, yes.
Damn.
All right. So, as it unleashes its turret of just poisonous breath, Malarius, you throw your shield up and it just cascades around you. Your holy light from Azar, washing over you, protecting you from it. Kalara, quickly with her hands forms a barrier with plants around her and just breath weapon has no effect.
It is at this point that Malaris snaps into battle mode.
All right. Kalara, you are up.
Is the dragon flying or is it on the ground?
He is flying. He is 60 feet up in the air.
Okay. Would it be possible to use burn growth and kind of entangle all of these hands, or at least a group of them, with vines to kind of keep them there?
You could make it difficult terrain, which would slow them down.
Yeah. Well, let's do that.
So essentially, you make a giant briar patch in this entire zone.
Alright, so zone is 15 foot radius, so make a 30-foot square. And put it wherever you want it in front of them.
You said a 30-foot square?
Yes.
The 30-foot square is the same size as the square that Derek just plopped down.
All right. That's right.
Yeah. Would you like to move?
Yeah.
You get 15 feet for free, and then you're moved back to 30.
Gonna go central. Remove.
Is that your turn?
Yeah, that'll be my turn.
Alright.
Josh, you're up. If you're speaking, we can't hear you.
I guess I would use a metal to reload. And then I would shoot the dragon again.
All right. DN5. And are you using another sphere?
I didn't use a sphere.
Last time?
Not that I know of.
Okay. So that's why more health.
These are the special ammunition. Remember, Josh, you can put a sphere in it, and it explodes.
Alright.
You do know he's high enough that when it does impact, it's not going to affect anything on the ground. It will do 5 more damage to him if you hit with it.
I'm gonna not sphere at the moment.
Alright, so that is 7 damage. Is that your turn?
I'd increase that 5 to a 6,
8
and
damage.
then that would
No, it's
any
still
armor.
7. Still 7 damage, but 4.
Gotcha. Yep. So yeah, you did the full 7 damage to him. As you're negating its 3 armor.
That's my turn.
Alright. Malarius!
Ugh.
The armor figured. Your allies have made a poor choice. I do not wish your death, but your allies will fall.
Not while I stand.
I shout out something. I thought Chaos would appreciate this move.
So move is 30 with my then free action. It is
Yep.
another 15.
45. Yeah, you can move 45 without taking another action.
And then using my actual action is another 45 on top of that, correct?
Another 30.
Another
So you can
30.
do 75.
75.
That is difficult terrain right there.
Fuck it, come to me. Come to me and I will heroic challenge the dragon.
I wouldn't if I were you.
Why?
Because me and Berg are kind of focus firing that dragon quite a bit.
And if
There stands a significant possibility that we may bring it down before it gets to your turn.
yeah, but not before it gets to its turn.
I'm next.
Yeah, we know you've gotten things down to 1 HP before.
Oh! Ow! That was a little rude. Real hurtful.
I'm kind of hurt.
That was deep, man. That was deep.
I am thinking of you just in case things just don't happen. But that's basically all I can do. I'm not gonna try and spend like 2 metal getting through difficult terrain.
Fair. So you're gonna heroically challenge him?
Yep, that's it. I'm sure the flesh hounds will make their way toward me as fast as they can.
Alright.
There's one other person technically in our initiative, Derek, just FYI.
Yeah, I don't want to control him.
No, I'm talking about our assistant.
Oh, you had her stay around?
She came back, remember? That's how I have
Yeah, with the gold. That was a week ago. I guess she would stay around, yeah.
I don't know why she wouldn't be here, because this is where we're building our base.
Yep. Whose turn is it?
Mine.
Alright, you're up, Dan.
And then I'll up all 3 of those 5s into 6s. So 4,
Nice.
and I am spending an orb. 7, 12 damage.
And just like that, as you fire your bolt, it hits the just heart of the Chaos Dragon, and the sphere erupts. The cleansing waters and energies of the very realm you call home destroys it utterly, as all traces of the chaos that has infected this once noble creature is gone, and it just turns to ash.
That's right. Fuck you, Malarius.
I was doing my job as the tank, getting aggro, while the ranged DPS do their job. It's either heroically challenge the dragon or heroically challenge one of the flesh hounds, because the night guy is out of my range.
Fair.
Tree man doesn't know
like how
MMO tactics, God.
I'm just proud of the fact that, you called me out that I never seem to kill anything and just keep bringing it down to 1 hit point and fuck this thing.
Hey, I gave you the proper motivation you needed.
I'm going to
You
Mal
Tella. You see her step and then vanish.
They can't reach you this turn.
Sucks to be them.
Right?
Remember, I'm better against lots of opponents.
Let me double check their movement.
I actually chose that merit as well. With the 2 remaining experience I had, I'm like, buy bulwark! Buy bulwark!
I not only have bulwark, I also have underdog, which is the melee version of that.
Oh, they're fast. They can reach you.
Good.
Even
Reach
with
me.
fast. They are. I had to double check their speed.
Yes, that's right. Cluster up.
The DN to hit you is 6 because your defense is extraordinary right now, right? Against multiple targets.
Let me double.
Definitely double check, because remember, if it goes above extraordinary, you get to increase the complexity of their.
Yeah. Give me just a second. Where is. We need the other table.
What other table?
The other table that actually goes over which numbers are.
Scroll down. DN melee accuracy versus defense. Just scroll down and it has the ladder table.
Oh, hey. I'm just blind. Don't worry about me. I don't see color and I don't see words.
Wow.
You can get in trouble for that one.
So, work with me here, Zadok. With shield, I start at great. Shield brings it up to superb. My shield mastery brings it up to extraordinary. And then my bulwark, for as many enemies that are within close range of me, brings it up another step above extraordinary.
Yep. So, all 12 of them, just gnaw on you. And while they did hit, they don't do enough damage to you because they only do 2 damage. All right. And it's their turn. Figure raises his hand. All right. How many? Verdant growth doesn't cost anything to do, right?
Correct.
All right. What do you do? You will die first, as he points his blade to Kalara. You see him vanish and then teleport right in front of you. He's going to spin a point of metal and attack you. What's your defense? Good. So DN2 to hit you. Nine plus 2, that's 11 points of damage. Minus your 2 armor. You take 9 points of damage. And he is going to spin one more point of metal. He's going to take with his free hand, touch your forehead, and cast a spell. Ouch. You see, as his hand touches you, just this energy just kind of swells up in you, and you see the veins or, the vines, and you just start bursting. You see the sap and your various life essence just start spraying outwards. You take 9 points of damage, so you take 3 wounds. And you're at 0 toughness.
Question, Derek.
Yes.
With these bolts, wouldn't they technically heal allies if I use an orb?
Yes.
Good to know.
Am I going to take damage with that? Both?
No. The AoE that it does, that AoE is only affecting chaos creatures and those with the taint of chaos and death creatures, like zombies and things like that. You survived, sapling. Impressive. Bridget, your turn.
Well, as an action, can I treat a vial? Right?
You can do that. You can do that as free action.
Okay. I'm going to do that. For myself.
Okay.
And then I'm going to attack.
Alright. So you get a dice pool of 8.
Yeah. 4 for each weapon.
Yeah. Okay.
And my...
Your melee is extraordinary. His defense at the moment is the third. So it's a DN3 to hit him.
I'm going to do this twice, right? Once, we'll say with the hammer the first time, and the axe the second time. And hold on, I have 3 focus, so we're going to bump. We would bump the first one, the second one with the axe. We're going to bump the 5 up to a 6, and that 4 up to a 6 as well. So that he takes. So I have Sever.
Yes. So you're trying to proc your weapon, right?
Trying to what?
The proc your weapon dice.
Yes.
Alright. So you still have one focus left. You can bump that 2 up
I only
to
have 3 focus. And it has to be a 6. So if I bump the 5 up to a 6 and the 4 up to a 6.
Why not just bump the other 5 up to the 6? You roll a 5 and move it.
I guess I can.
And then you just get 1 more point of damage like that.
Okay, and then bump one of the 3s up to a 4. Which will give me another success.
No, use 1, because the DM to hit him is 3.
Okay, yeah.
You bump the 2 up to 3.
Okay. 621.
Alright, so that is 5 damage. The first one, he only takes 2 damage. And he takes 1 damage from the second. One thing you notice, if your hammer does not stun him.
Okay.
So he is immune to stun, you know this.
Okay, what about, he's also supposed to be knocked prone with the sever.
With the sever, let me double check to see if he is immune. You knock him prone.
Okay. And he, from an or comment, they suffer 1 damage. I think if they move, yeah.
Is that your turn, or did you want to do another? Or spend metal, or you got 2 metal now?
That's very true. You know what? Yeah, let's in the middle. Let's just attack him again. We'll do the hammer for the first one again. And for the second.
Nice. You could bump that 2 up to a 3, and bump that 1 up to a 3, and
I get the focus back in with attack.
yeah, you get to use your focus each roll.
And then you go ahead and bump. Oh, it doesn't matter if he's already knocked prone once, does it? It doesn't matter with the sever. Yeah, okay, never mind. Then yeah, he's bumped up to that. And I can bump that 1 up to a 3 as well.
That's what I already did that damage for you. You still have 1 more point of metal. Don't forget, you have that amulet as well. That increases everybody's damage within 60 feet of you by 1 for melee and range attacks.
So, no, they're not probably.
I mean, I'd wait till the next turn because you already made your attacks, unless you want to buff your allies. They're too far away for who you'd be buffing right now is Charlie. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I think I have in the middle to keep it going or something going.
Yeah. Did you say you were going to use it?
Alright.
Okay.
No, I'll wait.
Josh, you're up.
I'm going to use one of my new talents that I got, called Patient Strike, which lets me delay my turn and act last in initiative.
Yep, increases your melee and your accuracy 1 step. Yep. That is a nice talent.
Last.
All right. Dan, you're up.
Going to another orb. I have 1 more left, technically, Derek, so I've been keeping track. What's his defense?
His is extraordinary against you at the moment because he's prone. And Kalara's in front of him.
So it's just extraordinary.
Yeah.
Okay. It'd still be 6 then. I bump that 5 to 6. And that 4 to 6. So be a total of 3 successes plus 3. So a total of 11 damage. And you would technically feel for 5, Kalara.
She would technically, when you use an orb, a sphere like that, it heals all their toughness
Oh, you're back at full health.
and removes conditions and all that fun stuff. Yeah, you still have wounds. It doesn't cure your wounds. Well, it does cure all your toughness and get rid of conditions and shit. All right. So, how much damage did he take? Sorry,
Total of 11.
11. All right. You don't have any talents that reduces armor, right?
Correct.
All right. So he takes 9. Wow, brain. 8 damage.
Unless you would count these ballistas as penetrating.
No, they're piercing. No additional traits been added to them yet. That is something you have to do later.
Yeah, metal.
Ooh, hold on.
Oh.
With that right there. Give me a second. Okay, yeah, the flesh hounds, they don't actually take the damage of it. Stupidly good roll.
Oh, okay. I'm like, I wasn't aware. I don't know what the burst is on this. So.
Oh yeah, it's adjacent. Never mind, derp. All right. So, is that your turn? Are you spending any other action?
Give me 1 second here. I'm looking something up. Yeah, I'm just gonna metal reload.
All right. Is that your turn? Charlie, you're up.
Alrighty. Time to kill me some hounds.
You do know that these are a swarm, so they are immune to like stun, prone, and things like that.
Okay.
Swarms take double damage from AoE, and each time they take a point of damage, a unit of a member of the swarm dies, lowering their dice pool and all that fun stuff.
Okay. So it goes from superb. So yeah, I'm at extraordinary with the melee against him. And
Okay.
I'm gonna end up doing this one and spending both my metal for another 2 attacks, so it'll be 3 attacks total.
Let's see how much damage you do for it first.
Yeah.
DN is 2. Wow.
9
Do
damage.
you have any focuses?
Yeah, I got 1.
Hey, bump that up. That's 10 damage. Boop, 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 boop.
Well, fuck.
Swarms can overrun you. However, once you start damaging them, they drop.
Huh.
So you see, you lower yourself and they're snarling, and you're just carving swaths through it. One flesh hound down, two flesh hounds down. Literally, there's two just standing there, and they look at each other like, "Rrr?"
Challenge the guy that's prone.
Huh. Well, I'm gonna move. I'm gonna leave those two alive. I'm gonna move right here.
Fair.
I killed their friends, now I don't care. And if I leave them up and they come after me, then I get my upward defenses and everything, you know. It does say close range. What is close range?
Anything adjacent to you.
Just adjacent? All right.
Actually, let me double check real quick. Yeah, 5 feet.
5 feet. Gotcha. And I'm gonna try and... Is it the same thing with the Chaos Knight as well, that he's immune to stun and all of that?
Derek, in close range, it says 5 to 15 feet.
15's the furthest you can shoot a projectile that has close range with decrease to your accuracy.
Okay, I see.
Even though she switched her playstyle when she redid her character, you did train with her, and you do know she's an expert with, bludgeoning weapons, and you could see her telling blows did not stun him. Which should have.
Okay. First attack. Which I am only gonna be at superb.
His defense is superb. Actually, yours is increased by 1 step, so it's actually extraordinary at the moment because he's prone.
Oh, okay. So the DN would be
3.
3.
Ow!
We'll make that 7 successes with my focus. And actually, instead of the damage to him, I'm going to rend his armor. So a total of 3 armor rendered.
Now, can Sigmar armor be rendered? And I'm asking because Chaos Knights of his caliber had the equivalent of Sigmite armor or Sigmarite armor. By normal means. The one dude cleaves yours, but that's because he has a legendary weapon that allows him to do that.
It'd have to look... Look at the wording on that. I'm gonna have to go to...
Just double check. Alright.
104.
It does not get. Okay. Additionally, if Sigmarite armor would ever be broken or damaged, such by a weapon with the Rend trait, it can never be reduced to less than 1 armor.
Okay.
So it can be reduced. It just can't be reduced to less than 1.
Okay.
Yeah. Beyond extraordinary means, like dude's axe.
So he would still reduce his armor by 2.
Yeah. But you did no damage to him that time. But his armor is reduced by 2.
Then I will spend my final metal and attack him again.
Okay. This time inflicting damage, right?
Yep. 9, and he's a DN with 3, right?
Yep. Oh!
Well, shit.
He takes 9 damage.
10 damage.
Ow!
Or,
Yeah,
he's
minus 1 because of his armor.
And he won't get the, Can he get knocked prone? No?
He is knocked prone.
Well, he's knocked prone
He's already
again.
knocked prone at the moment.
Well,
you know what? You just stay down there.
He's severed again, then.
You do not fail to disappoint, Kilroth. Talara. I have to do a DM roll here real quick. Alright.
I've been very impressed with our teamwork in this particular matchup. I'm just saying.
He stands
the
up.
surprise fight that you started?
Yep. I will be the one.
He stands up. You see him firmly grip. Who'd I miss?
He moves his initiative to the last for...
Oh, yeah, Josh. Sorry.
Okay. I use my metal to reload.
You already did that last round.
Yeah, and then I shot.
He's his front loaded, Derek.
Yeah.
So, metal reload, and then I'm going to shoot him.
Do you spend an orb or not?
I am going to spend an orb.
Alright.
My accuracy is superb.
It is reduced by 1 because he is prone. So it goes down to great. DN is 5.
Wow, that is shitty rolls.
Wow.
I will bump the 1-5 to a 6. I don't think that's going to do much.
Well, no,
You
you're
ignore his 1 point of armor. So that is a whole lot of
9 damage.
9 damage.
That's still a lot of damage.
Yes.
Yes,
it is.
He has no cover to protect him again.
My best attack... my best attack was the shittiest ballista attack. Hilarious.
They are
Shitty
spinning
ballista.
spears to do that.
Yeah, to be fair, we're spending 100 drops per shot. I am spending 100 drops per shot.
So what you're telling me
just
is
did,
each melee
so-
strike I do is worth 100 drops, and that's what I should be charging.
He stands up, grips the handle of his blade. You see the eye, or on the crossguard, now you notice an eye as it opens up. You see this purplish kind of hue to it, and he strikes Clara. He's going to use his focus to bump the 3 1s up to 2s. He ignores 1 point of armor. So that's 10. You take 9 points of damage. And you see him revitalize. Spends a point of metal to strike you again. Bumps that up to 10. That is 12 damage minus, or 11 damage. You take 3 wounds. You are dying.
spend a soul fire.
Hold on, you got to do that on whoever's turn that does that. And then,
Yeah, but he's used up all his metal, so it's Bridget's turn. Bridget, use a...
hold on. He's going 5, 10, 15, 20,
Remember,
25, 30, 35. 45. All right. Is it for the move action or each time he moves? That is important.
For Sever,
So yeah, it would be their move action.
yeah.
It's
It
not
gets it
each
from both
square. It's just
me and her.
yeah. Yeah. So he's -2.
Yeah, the wording on is anytime they move the remainder of combat.
Yeah. And that's because they use zones and all that
Yep.
innately.
Weave in and out of zones as you please.
Alright. Kalara, you're up. First, make your roll to see if you don't need to spend Soulfire. It's your highest attribute.
Okay.
Give me 1 second. I have to look this up. Do, 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 do. Um, you had deadly wounds. So whatever your highest attribute is, that's how many dice you roll. The DN is 4, and you need 3 successes. So I think your highest attribute is 6.
No, it's 4.
Your highest attribute?
Attributes for body, mind, and soul.
Yeah.
Body is 4.
So yeah, you roll 4 dice.
Code number 4, you said?
Yep. You need 3 successes. Almost little cock tease. You can spend a point of Soulfire, or are you going to attempt to make this roll next turn, and somebody could potentially heal you. Charlie is right next to you.
If I remember correctly, can't you spend a metal to re-roll dice you don't want? Or is that Soulfire?
That's Soulfire.
Okay, well, if I still fire, what do you need back up?
It would return your toughness to full, and would stop you from making your death rolls.
Okay, and everyone's okay with me doing this?
Yeah, that's Soulfire. What was that?
No. Is everyone okay with me using a point of soul fire?
Or would you like the knight to heal him, or healer, sorry, with some drops?
I'm fine with Soulfire. Or the other one, I don't care.
He can feed her a vial or a sphere as a free action, so it's up to y'all if you want to spend Soulfire or have him heal him as he's moving.
At that point, I'll just kill her as I move. That's not a big deal.
Yeah, you're right next to her. That's why I don't want to see y'all just waste.
Yeah.
Okay. So can I hold my initiative or whatever, or am I just kind of screwed?
No, you still act in your turn. That is your turn right there because you were dying and you're still dying. So that is your turn right there.
Okay.
You're bleeding out horribly, and just unpleasant. Josh, you're up. The armored figure who looks intent on killing you all has moved forth.
And he doesn't. His turn isn't until before mine, so I'm gonna do a patient strike again. So,
Okay. Dan, you're up. Actually, I forgot something real quick. This is an encounter that I've had planned, just I don't have a map for it because this is one of those bullet point encounters where it happens or it doesn't. I just didn't have a token for him or the Chaos Dragon yet. When he nearly killed Kalara, I need you to give me a soul determination test, Malarius. DN 5 complexity 2.
Soul determination. You said DN5?
Yeah, complexity 2.
Hey.
Woo! For a moment, you start shaking, and your vision shifts to that chapel, that citadel again, with the woman touching your cheek, and this armored figure walking slowly behind her, and then your gaze goes back to the current battlefield. All right, Dan, you're up. If you're talking, we can't hear you.
Apologize. So Johannes gets an extremely, his eyes start glowing red, and he says, "You destroyed my home. You killed me. You killed everyone I ever loved. Die." He aims the ballista bolt at this chaos figure. I'm choosing to spend a medal to double my skill, my talent. And then I'm going to spend a soul fire and do max damage.
Anybody can test that.
He's gonna kill me twice or no.
She's bleeding. Kill him. Kill him now. He hurts.
A small look of lucidity comes over my eyes, and when I said kill everyone I ever loved, it wasn't you, don't worry. And then
All right. How much damage?
18.
Ooh. As just a large chunk of them is missing. You're the one from the world that was.
I shout out one thing before I end my turn for a free action, because free action. I shout out to Malarius. Berg has to be the one that finishes him. Hurt him as much as you can.
All right. Charlie, you're up.
All right. We'll kind of trot on by the vial. So until it's 10 toughness, right?
Yep, 10 toughness, and she's no longer dying.
And I go boom.
Wasn't expecting you all to fight this guy right away.
So here we go. First attack.
Ironically enough, you may not have been expecting it, but it turns out to have been the perfect time to fight him. Because we had
Yeah.
2 siege weapons perfectly placed in this particular situation.
So superb melee. What's his defense?
Superb.
So
DN
it's
four.
4, right? Yeah. Same as 4. Gotcha. That'll be 4 successes plus the sever, which will knock him prone.
All right. He is not prone. He takes 5 damage minus 1. He takes 4. All right.
And then I'll metal and attack him again.
All right. Your melee goes up 1 because he is prone.
So extraordinary.
Yeah, that is 3.
And I'll change one of those 2s to a 3.
All right. So he takes 6 damage. All right. Tellura. All right. You see, because you have not seen her, she's vanished. Berg, you have kind of seen the winds of magic being manipulated. And now you just see this column of shadow erupt around the chaos figure, doing an immense amount of damage. His toughness is 0, and he took 3 wounds.
I shout at Berg, use an orb.
Well, I was gonna do that anyways, but yeah.
My character saw what happened to the Chaos Dragon. That's why he wanted either me or Berg to do the finishing shot. Cleanse.
You see how damaged he is. You just seeing how much damage that spell just did. You know, if you hit him hard enough, 5 plus or damage, you're going to do 3 wounds to him. Give me a mind DN 4 check complexity 1.
A mind.
Yeah, just straight up mind. Or mind medicine if you're trained in it as well.
Oh, mind medicine. That makes it a lot easier. The DN was 4?
Yeah. You know, even if you hit him with that sphere right now, you will not kill him. In game terms, he has more than 3 wounds remaining. I won't tell you how much, but he does have more than 3 remaining. So even if you hit him for 5 plus, he will still be alive.
What if I hit him for 8 plus?
Still only take 3 wounds.
In that case, it's not worth using the orb.
That's why I wanted to point that out.
Then I'll just shoot him regularly and not use an orb.
Okay.
And he's on the ground.
He is on the ground.
So I'm back to grade again.
Yep.
So it's a
DN5. Yep.
I will bump one of those 5s to a 6.
Nor is the armor, so a total of 7 damage.
All right. Kilrath, do not make this mistake. He stands up. He's forgiven you once. He won't a second time. And he is going to cast a spell on the two people on the ballista.
Rambo, because he hasn't done anything this entire freaking fight, disrupts.
Does he have Unbind?
Yes, he does.
Alright. I will have... Let's look at the rules for Unbinding, because I always forget fucking Unbinding and how it works. Magic rules, where are you? We need you.
We need you.
Unbinding. Alright. You have learned to quickly unravel the winds of magic and can unbind spells before they take effect. When a creature you can see within long range casts a spell, you can spend a point of metal to attempt to unbind it. This requires a mind channeling test. Difficulty of the test is equal to the difficulty of the spell, and the complexity is equal to the total successes the caster achieved. If you have succeeded, the spell is unbound and has no effects. If you fail, the spell takes effect as normal.
Never mind, I don't think he's gonna win.
Let me make his roll real quick, and I will allow one of you all to roll for Rambo. Oh, dear God.
Wow. I stand corrected.
The one time that I, roll shitty, of course, is on a make or break spell for this individual. Alright, that's cool. It's still going to hurt you all pretty good if it goes through. So... Go ahead. His channeling is 3 and his mind is 5 and he has a focus of 2. Who wants to roll that dice fate?
I'll roll it.
DN is 6 and you need 2 successes. As you all feel the chaotic energies wrap around you, and it is about to cause an immense amount of pain. It would have only done 4 damage to y'all, but that would have also healed him for 8. Ked, who's been recovering from his beatdown, wakes up, waves his hand, goes back to sleep.
So he can be useful, it's just he can't be here.
Yep. He has to be asleep to be useful. He has a medal. He spends his action and slams his fist into his chest, ripping out something from inside of him. Takes a point of wound for doing this. He crushes it in his hand. Come. I'm sorry, how am I going to phrase this? The path, my lord, is open. That's his turn. Bridget, you're up.
I had a feeling, now I'm having doubts about it. Okay, well, this question. From the distance from him, which is 40 feet from him, would I be able to charge him? Because I can't charge anyone in my zone.
Yes.
But he's within movement and whatnot.
So you get +1 additional dice.
Yeah.
So
We'll run up and charge him.
alright. D get his defense is DN2 to hit him for you. And you get 9 dice.
Do I need to split it? So
5 and 1, 4 and the other. It doesn't matter. He's already severed by you, and he's immune to stun. So
first one.
alright, he is at death's door.
And it's Josh's turn.
Unless you want to spin a medal. Yeah, you could spin the medal.
So I was gonna say, I can boost that one to another one too.
Yeah, you can.
And I can
So how do you want to do this?
Fuck.
At this point, like, I'm just raging because this dude's taking me down twice at this point. So I want to run up and like hit his knee, just take him completely down any further that he can go, and then take my axe and just completely just decapitate him.
All right.
I shout out to Charlie, use an orb on the body, now!
Oh, how much do I actually have? I want to
You
see
got
if
paid
I'll-
3 orbs.
I have to see if you actually let me do this. Because I not only want to try and do this on the spot, I have 140 drops.
Okay.
I also want to pour a good amount on his sword.
Now, could I like use one of my orbs to put on my weapon so that it is cleansing?
As a free action, you could use your orb to throw on him if you wanted
What
to.
did I do? I charged.
Yeah, it's a free action to use a potion and stuff like that. So,
Do we want to do that?
yeah, he wants an orb be done anyways. It's safe for that route. So, yeah, you can do that if you like.
Okay. Before I charge, I'm gonna do that and then run up and charge.
And if she does that on the body, then I would like to try and... If you make me use an orb on it, I will.
On the blade?
Yeah.
The orb is the complete zone gets purified.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it is the complete zone. The body is turned to ash. The armor rusts and falls, corrodes and whatnot. It's dented in. The magic of chaos keeping it was, that being washed away. The blade, however, the eye blinks and stares at you, Kalara, and then closes. Does not rust, does not decay, but the eye does close.
Okay.
All right. That was actually a pretty good time to fight him. Y'all spent a lot of money.
I feel it was worth it.
You took down a boss. Charlie, as you see, the ashes float away. You close your eyes and you're on the side of a cliff overlooking an ocean. You're a young boy, early teens. You're sitting on the edge and you see a rock go flying. You see a red-headed boy around your age come up after he threw the rock, nods at you, says, "Friends forever." And then you're open your eyes and you're back at the scene. What do you do?
I would try to purify. I'm gonna try and purify the only thing that's left there, which is the sword. And if you have to make me use a sphere on that for it to do the zone, then that's fine.
It's up to you what you try.
I'd say it might be worth waiting for the Everqueen. She should be here shortly.
Yes.
Because maybe not touching demonic artifacts might be a good plan.
I wasn't gonna touch it until I had put a sphere on it.
Maybe touching demonic artifacts isn't a good plan. Especially when the first sphere didn't seem to do anything.
I mean, there's nothing left of the body at all either. You said it all turned to ash.
Yeah.
Right? Okay.
Depending on how powerful he was, though, his soul will go back to whoever he's bound to, and he will be reforged. Almost in a sense of like the Storm Host, but not exactly the same.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he'll be significantly weaker, and that's what's important.
The rumbling begins, or there's a rumbling that intensifies, and you see 5 massive Wardroth beetles. You know these creatures, they are every bit as intimidating as the Chaos Dragon. They are powerful. They are the chosen steeds of the Everqueen. Hold on.
We won. We were the champions.
See if I can find a good picture of the Everqueen.
We were the eye of the tiger.
I found one.
Yep, these ballista were a really good idea.
Me and Berg go over and just fist bump each other. That's right.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. This helped. Kalara's like, ow. So that's what the beetles look like, and that is what the Everqueen looks like herself. There is a imposing presence and aura about her, and comforting all at the same time. You have done well, my champions. She looks over to you, Kalara, and effortlessly just glides down to the ground, walking with the Kornoth spear. She leans down and puts her hand upon you. And your wounds and toughness stitch back together. You are back at full wounds and full toughness. She looks around, down at the blade. Such darkness. Such evil. She spins the Kornoth staff, and with the spear, the tip downwards, the metal, or I forget what that's called on the spear, but the head of the spear downwards, and slams it onto the blade. You see a wave of arcane energy, chaotic energies, as the blade just shatters.
See, if Rambo had been here, he would have picked up the sword.
We all know it's true.
And then potentially got stabbed.
Or shot twice. In the back. With 2 ballista.
Hey, I would have tried to purify it first before I picked up my friend's sword.
She looks at you and you have a heavy heart. What troubles you, chosen of Sigmar?
Hate is not what I feel right now. All I feel is pity.
Such is the true horror of chaos. Not only does it corrupt the body, the land, but the hearts, the memories of those you cherish.
I know that I knew him, but I only have flashes.
Such is the curse of your people. Living untold lives and only retaining parts of each. A burden I wish I could lift from you. But your Lord's methods and mine are far different.
I look at her and say, not really, as I look at my bark-covered hands.
It was your choice to return, Johannes.
You're saying Sigmar doesn't give those. He first turns into I'm sorry, it's late.
Stormcast Eternals.
Yes, Eternals. They don't get a choice when they're first transformed.
I do not know the full process.
Interested, I turned towards the Stormcast Eternal we have in our midst. Because even if he can't remember his own, I'm assuming he's seen newly forged Stormcast.
For what you've seen, they do have a choice. There has been rumors that Sigmar has forged souls that he deemed worthy without their consent, but that has never been confirmed as truth.
Oh, you have a superior look in my eye, but I don't say anything. I just won an argument with the goddess.
Zedek, I kind of want to do an intuition roll. As Malaris is starting to think and heretically to himself propose the idea that the flashes he's getting are flashes he's not supposed to have. That he was reforged in a way to make sure that he didn't remember what
You mean
happened.
intuition? Soul intuition. DN5 complexity 1.
And the mystery continues.
The mystery continues, but
There is a block there. Like there is something that keeps a lot back. This is the first time you're really delving into that. There does seem to be a dam, a barrier. For what purpose, you do not know.
You might have your first Stormcast Eternal that revokes. We'll see what happens. But I do have that heretical thought just in the back of my mind.
I say to the Everqueen, he said the way was open after crushing something he had in his chest. He said it to my lord, and since the only one they serve should be Archaon. Figure
That
I
is
better warn you.
troubling. Archaon has been closed off in 8 Point for some time. A way has been opened for him to return. Chaos's Grand Marshal will take to the field once more. She looks troubled by this. And where we will leave it off as she is contemplating this. You see flames begin to lick at her feet, bursting into a column around her. You see lightning crashing into the column. And off in the distance, you hear an ungodly roar. You turn your head, Johannes, and you see Gorok, the Endless Rage. You see a feminine figure. You see the person that you saw, this Chaos Knight, floating in the air. And you hear another voice. Too easy to draw you out. And that is where we will leave tonight's session.
Yay.
So, I do apologize. All week, I did try to work on this campaign. And Bridget knows I've literally had a writer's block all damn week. And it has sucked. But overall, good session. Malarius, you are learning more of your past lives. I hope you enjoyed that, and I hope you didn't necessarily see that part coming at the end there.
It was putting it together on how the memories have been working.
Fair.
That was a so just kind of working off of that is kind of what the conclusion that he kind of came up with.
Two experience, one for the beginning of the session, one for
And yeah.
end.
Y'all shot down an avenue to help you pursue your short-term goal as a group. Literally, you shot them down.
To be fair, the fact that he had this thing in his chest ready to use meant he was going to backstab us eventually anyways.
Oh, yeah.
And I'd much rather take him here where we had the two ballistas help than in the middle of the field. Because if we had done this in the middle of the field, fuck, we would have been screwed. Even with Rambo here, we would have been screwed.
Yeah, no, he was coming for you all. I rolled shitty on that spell right there. With
That's
2 successes, it would have done 4 damage to you. I was rolling good all night with him up until that last spell.
even with that. I think we would have taken him.
Oh yeah, right there. Those ballistas really helped. But yeah. So,
Now to improve them.
Right.
to improve upon them, we must.
Oh no, we're gonna double dip. He's gonna put runes on them, and I'm going to weapon weave enchant them.
So I'd have to figure out how to put runes on them, because
Yeah.
I apparently don't know that yet.
No, you don't. And you would need a fire slayer to teach you that talent.
You know what the best
That
part
would
about
be a
this?
feat.
Do you want to know what the best part about this is? You still have a trip to Grungy's archives. You can literally pick up the book on how to do it.
True. Very true.
Yeah, no, that fight would have been a lot different without those ballista. Holy crap.
I spent all my money. And you know how much I like my money.
Yes, but money well served.
We have to fight these new guys. I'm going to ask for people to donate orbs. And those orbs were handy. I don't know if it's going to hurt them or not, but just the healing effect would be nice.
So now you know there's at least 4. You knew 3 before.
Yeah, but we're in allied territory. We have a god with us. And no matter how strong they are not god level power.
That is true. Now, I mean, she can be slain by them. That's one thing I like about Warhammer. Gods can, in fact, die. They are incredibly hard to kill, but they can die. You're pretty confident she isn't dead by that. She's going to be hurt by it.
And we have a bunch of beetles.
Yeah. You have, 5 Wardroth beetles, I said?
Yeah. So Wardroth beetles start engaging. Meanwhile, we'll sit back and start peppering the fuck out of them with ballista and healing them to full health with every shot. And hope to God that's enough. That's my strategy until someone tells me differently.
All right, so the beginning of next session, a epic confrontation.
What are you gonna do, Derek, if we kill off the 4 main bad guys?
We'll figure that out.
If and when it happens?
Yes. You know what 3 can do. You know that Gorok is very primal, very bestial. You know the male road figure is a pyromancer unlike anything you've seen. And the feminine robe figure has power akin to Nurgash. Nagash is, you can assume, still stronger than this individual, just like the Everqueen is stronger than them. Because Nagash, the Everqueen, and whatnot are gods. Archaon is god level. Being the Grand Marshal of the Chaos Gods. But you know this new figure that you just hear the voice of. You have no idea their capabilities.
Question, Eric.
Yes.
They were here the entire time, right? Waiting for her to show up, correct?
You can probably assume that.
Then, using my intuition, can I tell that the soul of that Chaos Knight is gone? Like, destroyed, like, did not resurrect? because their presence before did that to everyone that was battling all the Sylvaneth and.
You can give me an awareness and mind.
What's the
DN 5 complexity 1.
yes?
You see within the amulet that the feminine robe figure, it shines, shimmers with a soul.
I tell Malarius.
All right.
So, Charlie, you do know about it.
Okay.
I figured I'd give you a target.
Well, this just got real interesting. So, yes, y'all have a great night. Next session, I at least have a starting point. So, I mean, hopefully, I'll be able to make this. But yeah, the last 3 days, just I was like, what do I do? What do I do? What do I do? I'm sitting there trying to work. I even tried to work on my own game. Like nothing came out, and I'm like, oh. So at least I have a starting.
Charlie is pretty much the best person to go up against her, like bar none. She can summon all the endless minions she wants. She just makes him stronger. She just keeps improving his defense, and they don't do enough damage when that particular thing happens to overcome his armor.
You gotta hope Rambo can kind of contest with the pyromancer. There we go. Unbinding will be helpful against him. You know, he is heavy spellcaster, and his firepower literally is quite deadly.
I'm
and
more
of course,
curious what the Shadow Chick can do. If she can do the unbinding or not, I don't know.
you will find out.
Because I know she's a caster, because I just saw her cast Shadow Magic.
She can unbind, yes.
So, theoretically, she could help, or if not help, do it. I don't know what Rampo's end, because he was going to be spending a bunch of experience. That's all I knew he had the unbinding talent, is he told me that he was buying the unbinding talent on Saturday.
Wasn't on his character sheet yet, but I trust you, so...
He said, and I quote, I'm buying that, and there was an upgrade to the unbinding he was going to be buying.
Nice.
I don't know what the upgrade, like, there's a talent that upgrades. I don't know right off the top of my head what that is.
And
then you have Rage Dude, who...
just hurts.
Well, what works well against him will be the beetles.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm imagining they have armor out the wazoo, and they should be walls of hit points.
Yeah.
They are.
So all they have to do is, engage.
Now, the 4 Wardroth beetles, they're champion level. So they're like your Magma Droths, your Maul Crushers, whatnot. There are mounds of toughness, but they have no wounds. Her personal Wardroth is a chosen, so it actually has wounds, and it's treated like a player character in regards of how it gets its metal, its toughness, and its wounds.
Okay.
But I guess the best strategy would be let these beetles engage with these 4 targets, and then me and Josh, if people are willing to donate their orbs, just me and Josh pick a different target and shoot, and then any damage we do is bonus.
Mm-hmm.
But the healing effect is what will really help, because healing the wall of hit points would be kind of important.
So I'm just going to ask this before we go, because there are going to be some combatants. This is going to be a big battle. This is probably going to be the whole session next game. You're going to have some tree lords coming. You're going to have a branch witch coming. You're going to have some dryads coming, so forth, so on. I would like, since they are allies to you all, to divvy up, and I'll give you all the character sheets for them, but for people to take control of certain NPCs.
Okay.
Because I'm going to be controlling 4 bosses. 5, technically. 6. The Everqueen, Horror Wardroth, and the 4 enemy bosses. So, one person take control of the Tree Lords, one person take control of the Branch Witch, one person can take control of the Dryads, and so forth, so on, because it's going to be a big battle, and I think that will help speed up things.
Okay.
Sounds good.
All right, we'll have a map made for it and all that, so.
Mm-hmm.
All right. You all have a good night. I'm hopping off here. Had fun, guys. This is going to be very interesting on what happens here. All right,
Just out of
later.
curiosity, one question. Killing that boss as early as we did we earn a soul fire for an epic achievement?
Yes. Yes, you did. That
So
is a...
back.
Yes.
Or
that
did our max...
You never... Oh, yeah, you did spend 1 because of your... So, yeah, you all are back at 4 soul fire.
So this was recovery, or was this a increase? Because there's 2 different awards.
Increase.
So our new maximum is 5 soul fire.
It's 5, yes. You're at 4 right now because you get the 1 for the increase, and whenever you all recover soul fire, it can go up to the maximum of 5.
Sounds good. I bid you all good night.
All right. Good night, buddy.
Good night, guys.
Bye.
Night.